The shelter that time forgot. Chapter 1. The door at the end of Harrison Street. There was a door at the end of Harrison Street that most people walked past without noticing. It was set into a concrete wall at the dead end of the street, painted the same gray as the concrete itself, with a heavy metal frame and hinges that had long since rusted into stillness. Above it, barely visible beneath decades of grime and weathering, were the faded letters: Civil Defense Shelter, Capacity 200. Marcus first noticed the door on a Tuesday in October. He had lived on Harrison Street for 3 years in a narrow apartment building halfway down the block and had walked past this spot countless times. But on this particular Tuesday, the afternoon light hit the wall at an angle that made the door's outline suddenly visible, and he stopped, keys in hand, and stared at it. The door was locked, of course. A thick chain was wrapped around the handle, secured with a padlock that looked newer than anything else about the entrance. There was no keyhole in the door itself, just a smooth metal surface and a handle that wouldn't turn. Marcus stood there for several minutes, studying it, then continued on his way home. But the door stayed in his mind. That evening, as he prepared his dinner in the small kitchen of his apartment, he found himself thinking about it. A civil defense shelter. That meant Cold War era, probably built in the 1950s or early 1960s, when the fear of nuclear attack had prompted cities to create these underground spaces. He had read about them, seen photographs in history books, but had never actually encountered one. The next morning, he stopped at the door again on his way to work. In the daylight, it looked even less remarkable, just another piece of urban infrastructure forgotten and sealed off. But the words above it nagged at him. Capacity 200. That meant a substantial space beneath the street, large enough to hold 200 people. Where did it extend? How deep did it go? What was inside it now? Marcus worked as an archivist at the city library, a job that suited his temperament. Quiet, methodical, concerned with preservation and order. His days were spent cataloging old documents, maintaining climate control systems, ensuring that the fragile papers and photographs in the library's collection remained stable and accessible. It was work that required patience and attention to detail, and he was good at it. During his lunch break that Wednesday, he went down to the reference section and found books on the city's history. He discovered that in the early 1960s, the city had built 17 civil defense shelters, most of them beneath existing buildings or in tunnels connected to the subway system. The shelters had been stocked with supplies, water, food, medical equipment, radiation detection devices, and maintained for several years. But as the immediate fear of nuclear war faded, the shelters had been gradually abandoned. Some had been repurposed for storage. Others had simply been sealed and forgotten. The book included a map showing the locations of the shelters. Marcus traced his finger along the streets until he found Harrison Street. There it was, a small square marking the shelter's location, with a notation, Type C facility, constructed 1962, capacity 200, status, sealed 1979. Sealed in 1979. That was 45 years ago. Marcus sat back and considered this. 45 years of the shelter sitting beneath the street, untouched and unvisited. 45 years of darkness and stillness. Whatever was inside would be exactly as it had been left, preserved like an artifact, a snapshot of a particular moment in history. He found himself drawn to the idea. Not to enter the shelter. He had no way to do that, and breaking in would be illegal, but simply to know more about it, to understand what it was and what it contained. It became a kind of background occupation, something he thought about during the quiet moments at work, during his evening walks, as he lay in bed waiting for sleep. Over the following weeks, Marcus began a routine. Each morning, he would stop at the door for a few minutes before continuing to work. Each evening, he would stop again on his way home. He would stand there, looking at the sealed entrance, trying to imagine what lay beyond it. Sometimes he would touch the door, feeling the cold metal beneath his palm, the rough texture of old paint and rust. The weather grew colder. October became November. The trees along Harrison Street lost their leaves, and the light changed, becoming thinner and more gray. Marcus continued his routine. Stop at the door. Look, touch, imagine, then continue on his way. He began researching more thoroughly. In a library's archives, he found old city planning documents that included blueprints of the shelter. It was indeed substantial, a main chamber roughly 60 feet by 80 feet, with a ceiling height of 10 feet. There were smaller side rooms for supplies, a separate area for sanitation facilities, and an air filtration system designed to remove radioactive particles. The entrance descended via a stairwell that went down approximately 20 feet below street level. The blueprints were precise and detailed, and Marcus spent hours studying them, memorizing the layout. He could picture it clearly now. The main chamber with its rows of benches, the walls lined with supplies and metal drums and wooden crates, the filters for the ventilation system, the emergency lighting fixtures mounted on the ceiling. In the archives, he also found old photographs from when the shelter had first been opened. There were images of city officials standing in the empty chamber, gesturing at the supplies being loaded in. There were shots of the entrance, brand new and clean, with clear signage and bright paint. There was even a photograph of a civil defense drill, with people filing down the stairs, looking both serious and slightly uncertain, practicing for catastrophe that, thankfully, had never come. Marcus made copies of these documents and photographs and brought them home. He created a folder where he kept everything related to the shelter, blueprints, photos, newspaper clippings about civil defense preparations, technical specification for the equipment that would have been installed. The folder grew thick with information. At work, his colleagues began to notice his preoccupation. Still researching that old shelter, his supervisor, Ellen, asked one day. Yes, Marcus admitted. I find it fascinating. All that space, sealed off for so long. Have you thought about contacting the city? Ellen suggested. They might let you tour it if you're doing historical research. Marcus considered this. The idea of actually entering the shelter was both appealing and somehow wrong. The shelter's power, he realized, came partly from its inaccessibility. It was a sealed space, a closed system, unchanged for 45 years. Opening it would break that seal, would introduce the present into a space that existed outside of normal time. Maybe, he said to Ellen, I'll think about it. But he didn't contact the city. Instead, he continued his routine, morning and evening stops at the door, his growing collection of documents and photographs, his detailed mental map of the shelter's interior. It became a kind of meditation, this daily attention to a space he had never entered and might never enter. Winter came. Snow fell on Harrison Street, covering the door and the wall and the entire dead end in white. Marcus continued his stops, now brushing snow away from the door to see the metal beneath. The cold made his fingers numb, but he didn't mind. There was something satisfying about this ritual, this daily acknowledgement of the shelter's presence. One morning in January, as he stood at the door in the early dawn light, a woman walking her dog stopped beside him. What are you looking at? She asked. The shelter, Marcus said, pointing at the faded letters above the door. She looked where he pointed, squinting. Oh, she said, I never noticed that before. Is it still down there? The shelter? Yes, Marcus said. Sealed since 1979. Ah, she said. All this time, and I never knew. She paused, then added, Do you ever wonder what it's like inside? Every day, Marcus said. She smiled, nodded, and continued on with her dog. Marcus watched her go, then turned back to the door. He placed his palm against it, feeling the cold metal, the thin layer of ice that had formed overnight. Beneath his hand, beneath the door, beneath 20 feet of stairs and concrete, was the shelter, dark and still and waiting, whether for catastrophe or discovery, or simply for time to continue passing. He could not say. He pulled his hand away, leaving no mark on the frozen surface, and walked on toward the library, and another day of preservation and order, of maintaining the careful boundaries between past and present, between sealed and opened, between what was known and what could only be imagined. Chapter 2. The Inventory of Untouched Things. By February, Marcus had compiled a comprehensive list of what should be inside the shelter, based on civil defense documentation from the early 1960s. The list had become another part of his routine. He would review it in the evenings, sitting at his kitchen table with a cup of tea, checking items against the specifications he had found in various archives. The shelter would contain, according to the original inventory, 17 drums of drinking water, each holding 55 gallons. The drums were made of steel, lined with a food-grade coating, and were supposed to be rotated every 5 years. Of course, they had not been rotated since 1979, which meant the water inside, if the drums remained intact, would now be 45 years old. Marcus wondered what happened to water that sat undisturbed for that long. Did it remain drinkable? Did it develop sediment? Did the steel drums corrode from the inside, slowly contaminating their contents? 360 cases of survival crackers, each case containing 48 tins. The crackers were designed to remain edible for decades, sealed in their tins with nitrogen to prevent spoilage. Marcus had found photographs of these crackers. They looked like thick, bland biscuits designed for nutrition rather than flavor. The tins were approximately 4 inches square and 2 inches deep, stacked on metal shelving along the shelter's western wall. 200 wool blankets, olive drab, measuring 66 by 90 inches, stored in sealed plastic bags to protect them from moisture and insects. These would be stacked in one of the side rooms, arranged on wooden pallets to keep them off the floor. 48 portable toilets, really just 5-gallon buckets with snap-on seats and plastic bags, stored disassembled in cardboard boxes. Toilet paper, soap, and chemical deodorizers would be stored nearby. Medical supplies, bandages, antibiotics, pain relievers, syringes, surgical instruments, all packed in metal cases. These would be in another side room, along with a dozen cots with folding frames for anyone who became ill or injured. Radiation detection equipment, Geiger counters, dosimeters, detection badges. These would be near the entrance, ready for immediate use if the shelter were activated during a nuclear event. The air filtration system, large cylindrical filters designed to remove radioactive particles from outside air, along with manual pumps in case electrical power failed. The filters would be mounted in a dedicated room at the back of the shelter. Emergency lighting, battery-powered fixtures mounted on the ceiling with replacement batteries stored in waterproof containers. There is also a hand crank generator for powering essential equipment. Marcus knew this inventory by heart. He could recite it in order, could visualize exactly where each item would be located based on the blueprints he had studied. Sometimes, lying in bed at night, he would mentally walk through the shelter, starting at the entrance and moving through each room, noting what he would see in each location. The entrance stairs, concrete, 23 steps descending, with metal handrails on both sides. The walls would be painted concrete, probably a pale green or institutional beige. At the bottom would be the main door, a heavy steel door with a will handle for sealing it shut. Beyond the door, the main chamber, a large rectangular space with a low ceiling. Rows of wooden benches, bolted to the floor, arranged in lines with narrow aisles between them. Fluorescent light fixtures overhead, dark now, covered in decades of dust. The floor would be concrete, painted gray. The walls would be the same pale color as the stairwell, with informational posters about radiation safety and shelter procedures mounted in frames. Along the walls, the supplies, the drums of water, the cases of crackers, the shelving units with blankets and medical equipment. Everything would be labeled, organized, accessible. Or at least it had been organized when the shelter was sealed. 45 years might have changed things. Boxes might have deteriorated. Shelving might have collapsed. Moisture might have seeped in, despite the waterproofing. This uncertainty was part of what fascinated Marcus. The shelter existed in a superposition of states, both perfectly preserved and slowly decaying, both exactly as it had been left and transformed by time. Until someone entered and observed it, both possibilities existed simultaneously. At work, he began cataloging a collection of World War II-era documents that had been donated to the library. The work was painstaking. Each document had to be examined, its condition assessed, its contents described, its proper place in the archive determined. It was work that could not be hurried, that required complete attention and care. As he worked, Marcus found parallels between this process and his thoughts about the shelter. The documents he was cataloging were also preserved artifacts, removed from their original context and frozen in time. A letter written in 1944 existed now in a climate-controlled box, maintained at exactly 65 degrees Fahrenheit and 35% relative humidity, protected from light and handling. The letter had been removed from the flow of normal time and placed in a kind of stasis. The shelter was similar. It had been removed from the flow of the city's development, sealed off, preserved in its 1979 state. The difference was that the shelter had been sealed accidentally, through neglect rather than intention. No one was maintaining its climate, ensuring its preservation. It was simply sitting there, slowly aging in whatever conditions existed 20 feet underground. Marcus wondered about those conditions. The temperature would be relatively stable. Underground spaces typically maintained a constant temperature year-round, somewhere in the mid-50s Fahrenheit. The humidity would depend on how well the shelter had been sealed. If there were any cracks in the concrete, any gaps in the waterproofing, moisture would have seeped in over the decades, creating dampness that would rust metal and rot fabric and encourage mold growth. Or perhaps the shelter had remained perfectly dry. Perhaps the 1960s construction had been solid enough to keep water out. Perhaps the air inside was still dry and still unchanged since the last person left and sealed the door in 1979. During his lunch breaks, Marcus continued his research. He found a newspaper article from 1979 about the city's decision to seal its civil defense shelters. The decision had been partly financial. Maintaining the shelters cost money that the city felt could be better spent elsewhere, and partly philosophical. The Cold War was entering a new phase, détente was in effect, and the immediate terror of nuclear annihilation had faded. The shelters seemed like relics of an earlier, more frightened time. The article mentioned that before sealing each shelter, the city had conducted final inspections. Marcus searched for these inspection reports and eventually found them in the municipal archives. Thick documents listing the condition of each shelter, inventory counts, any maintenance issues that have been noted. The report for the Harrison Street shelter was dated November 15, 1979. The inspector had noted that the shelter was in good condition, all supplies present and accounted for, no structural issues observed. The water drums were full. The food supplies were intact. The equipment was functional. Everything was as it should be. Then, 5 days later, on November 20th, 1979, the entrance had been sealed. A work crew had installed the chain and padlock, had painted over the door to match the surrounding concrete, had essentially erased the shelter from active awareness. Marcus found something poignant about this sequence. For one brief moment in November 1979, someone had been the last person in the shelter. Some inspector had walked through the space, checking items off a list, ensuring everything was in order. Then they'd climbed the stairs, closed the door behind them, and walked away. And from that moment until now, 45 years, no one had entered. The shelter had been alone with itself, sitting in darkness, waiting or not waiting, simply existing in its sealed state. He began to think about that last inspection in detail, imagining it as a scene. The inspector would have descended the stairs with a flashlight, would have unlocked the main door and swung it open. The air inside would have been stale but dry, slightly cool. The inspector would have walked through the main chamber, noting the supplies, checking boxes on a form attached to a clipboard. They would have tested the air filtration system, verified that the emergency lights still worked, counted the drums of water. The whole process would have taken perhaps an hour, and then, satisfied that everything was in order, the inspector would have turned off the lights, would have closed and locked the main door, would have climbed the stairs and emerged into the November daylight. They might have paused at the top, looking back down into the darkness before the entrance was sealed. Or they might not have. They might have simply walked away, finished with their task, moving on to the next item on their work order. Either way, that was the last moment anyone had been in the shelter. Everything Marcus knew about what was inside was based on that moment, on the condition of things 45 years ago. Since then, time had passed, but without human observation, without measurement or verification. The shelter had aged in private, its current state unknown and unknowable. One evening in March, As Marcus was reviewing his inventory list, he received a phone call from his mother, who lived in another state and called every few weeks to check on him. "How are you doing?" she asked. "What have you been up to?" Marcus considered how to answer. He could mention his work at the library, the weather, the normal small details of daily life. But instead he found himself saying, "I've been researching an old fallout shelter on my street." "A fallout shelter? Like from the Cold War?" "Yes. It's sealed. No one's been inside since 1979. There was a pause on the line. Then his mother said, "That's very specific. Are you thinking of writing something about it? A historical article?" "Maybe," Marcus said, though he had no such plans. "I just find it interesting. The idea of a space that's been untouched for so long." "Well," his mother said, "I suppose everyone needs a hobby." They talked about other things after that. His mother's garden, his sister's new job, family plans for the summer. But Marcus could hear the concern in his mother's voice, the unspoken question. "Are you all right? Are you spending too much time alone? Should I be worried about you?" He wasn't concerned about himself. His life was ordered and calm. He had his work, his apartment, his routines. The shelter was simply an interest, a focus for his attention during the quiet hours. It wasn't obsessive or unhealthy. It was just present, part of his daily landscape. Chapter 3. The sound water makes in seal drums. Spring arrived gradually, more as a slow warming than as any dramatic change. By April, Marcus had been visiting the shelter door for 6 months, and the routine had become so ingrained that he performed it automatically, the way one might touch a familiar talisman or follow a habitual path. But something shifted in mid-April. Marcus was standing at the door on his morning visit, his palm resting against the metal as he often did, when he heard something, or thought he heard something. It was a faint sound, almost subliminal, like distant water dripping or metal settling. He held his breath and listened, but the sound didn't repeat. The street was quiet, just the usual morning sounds of the city waking. Traffic on the main avenue 2 blocks over, a dog barking somewhere, birds in the bare trees. He pressed his ear against the door. Nothing. Just the solid feeling of metal and concrete, impenetrable and silent. Yet the impression of having heard something remained, nagging at him throughout the day. That evening, he stopped at the door again and listened carefully. This time he heard it more clearly, a faint, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing or like water moving in a confined space. He pressed his ear harder against the door, trying to isolate the sound, to determine if it was really coming from beyond the door, or if it was just some acoustic trick, sound traveling through the building's infrastructure from somewhere else entirely. The sound faded. Marcus stood there for several more minutes, listening, but heard nothing else. Finally, he continued home, uncertain whether he had really heard anything at all or whether his months of thinking about the shelter had created an auditory hallucination. Over the following week, he listened at the door every morning and evening. Sometimes he heard the sound, that faint, rhythmic movement, and sometimes he heard nothing. It was too irregular to be mechanical, too subtle to be explained by traffic or plumbing or any of the usual sources of urban noise. He began to theorize about what it might be. Water was the most likely explanation. Perhaps one of the old water drums had developed a leak, and water was slowly dripping from it, pooling on the floor, creating that sound of contained liquid moving. Or perhaps there was a crack in the shelter's walls or ceiling, and groundwater was seeping in, drop by drop, accumulating over the years into a puddle or even a pool. The thought of water in the shelter disturbed him. Water meant damage, deterioration, the slow corruption of everything inside. The cardboard boxes would soften and collapse. The metal would rust. The concrete would stain and crack as moisture penetrated it through freeze-thaw cycles. The pristine, sealed quality of the shelter, the quality that had so attracted him, would be compromised. Yet he also found the idea compelling. Water in the shelter would mean that the space was not completely isolated from the world above. There would be a connection, however small, between the sealed space and the flowing, changing world outside. The shelter would be participating in natural processes, drainage, seepage, gravity moving water through cracks and gaps in the urban infrastructure. At work, Marcus found himself distracted. He would be examining a document, and his mind would drift to the shelter, to the question of water, to what he might or might not be hearing through the sealed door. Ellen noticed his distraction during a staff meeting and asked him afterward if everything was all right. "I'm fine," Marcus said. "Just thinking about something." "The shelter?" Ellen asked. Marcus nodded. "You know," Ellen said carefully, "if you're this interested, you really should contact the city. At least find out if there's any possibility of access. Otherwise, you're just speculating." "I know," Marcus said. "You're right." But he still didn't contact the city. Instead, he decided to investigate more thoroughly from the outside. That weekend, he walked the perimeter of the area above the shelter, trying to determine where water might be entering. The shelter extended beneath the street and also beneath part of the adjacent building, a 3-story brick structure that housed a dry cleaner on the ground floor and apartments above. He stood in the building's narrow alley, looking at the walls, noting the old drainage pipes and the places where the building's foundation met the street. There were cracks, certainly. The building was old, probably constructed around the same time as the shelter, and any of these cracks could potentially allow water to seep down into the underground space. He also checked the city's records for the area's water table depth. The information was available in geological surveys, and after some searching, he found that the water table in this part of the city was approximately 40 feet below street level. The shelter was only 20 feet down, which meant it was above the water table, in the zone where water might be present as seepage from rain and snowmelt, but not as consistent groundwater. This was both reassuring and concerning. Reassuring because it meant the shelter wasn't at risk of flooding completely. Concerning because it confirmed that water could indeed be present, trickling in through cracks, accumulating slowly over the decades. Marcus created a new document in his folder, Potential Water Sources and Pathways. He listed every crack he had observed, every pipe and drain, every potential route water might take from the surface down to the shelter level. He drew diagrams showing the building's relationship to the shelter, the slope of the street, the location of storm drains. The documentation helped organize his thoughts, but it didn't answer the fundamental question. Was there really water in the shelter, or was the sound he heard just an artifact of his imagination? One evening in late April, after a heavy rainstorm, Marcus stood at the door with his ear pressed against it, listening intently. The rain had stopped an hour earlier, but water was still draining through the city's infrastructure, gurgling in pipes and rushing through sewers. Amid all this water noise, he heard the sound again, that faint, rhythmic movement like something breathing or settling or slowly dripping in an enclosed space. This time, he was certain it was coming from beyond the door. The sound had a quality of depth to it, a sense of distance and enclosure that could only come from inside the shelter. Something down, there was moving, or water was moving, or the air itself was moving in a way that created sound. He stood there until his ear grew numb from pressing against the cold metal, until full dark had fallen and the street was empty except for the occasional passing car. The sound continued, faint but persistent, like a heartbeat or like the shelter itself breathing, maintaining some minimal life in its sealed darkness. Marcus finally pulled away from the door. His ear ached. His neck was stiff from the awkward posture, but he felt something close to satisfaction. The shelter was not completely static. Something was happening inside it. Even if that something was just water, slowly dripping, slowly pooling, slowly changing the conditions that had existed since 1979. Walking home, he thought about the 17 drums of water that should be in the shelter. Each drum held 55 gallons. Together, they held 935 gallons, approximately 7,500 pounds of water, sitting in steel containers that were now 45 years old. The drums would have been designed to last, but steel eventually corrodes, especially if exposed to moisture or if the protective coating on the interior had failed. If one drum had developed a leak, water would have been seeping out for years, possibly decades. At even a very slow rate, say 1 drop per minute, that would add up. 1 drop per minute equals approximately 1,440 drops per day. Over a year, that would be more than 500,000 drops. Over 45 years, it would be tens of millions of drops, enough to create a substantial puddle or even a pool on the shelter's floor. And if the water had been accumulating for that long, it would have its own ecosystem. Bacteria would be present, breaking down organic material, creating biofilms. Minerals from the concrete and steel would leach into the water, changing its composition. The water would have a temperature, the constant mid-50s of the underground environment, and it would evaporate slowly, raising the humidity in the shelter, affecting everything else. The more Marcus thought about it, the more complex the sealed shelter became. It wasn't a static space, frozen in 1979. It was a dynamic environment where slow processes continued: corrosion, evaporation, settlement, decay. The shelter was aging, changing, developing its own character independent of human intention or oversight. That night, Marcus had trouble sleeping. He kept thinking about water and darkness, about the sound of slow dripping echoing in an empty chamber, about 935 gallons gradually becoming 934, then 933, then fewer still, seeping into concrete, evaporating into air, transforming from liquid to vapor, and back again in an endless cycle. He imagined the shelter's main chamber with a pool of water spreading across part of the floor, black and still, reflecting nothing in the complete darkness. He imagined stalactites forming on the ceiling where water dripped through cracks, minerals accumulating drop by drop into delicate formations. He imagined rust spreading across metal surfaces like slow-growing flowers, intricate patterns of oxidation that no one would ever see. Finally, near dawn, he slept, and he dreamed of the shelter, though in his dream it wasn't sealed. The door was open, and he could descend the stairs, but each step he took, the stairs grew longer, multiplied, became infinite, so that he was always descending but never reaching the bottom, always moving toward the shelter's interior but never arriving, caught in an endless transition between the world above and the sealed space below. He woke feeling unrest, but he rose anyway, prepared for the day, and walked to the shelter door as the sun rose. He placed his palm against the metal and felt its coolness, its solidity. And beneath that solidity, 20 feet down, the shelter continued its slow internal processes, water dripping or settling or flowing in ways he could only imagine, maintaining its own hidden life in the darkness, indifferent to observation, sufficient unto itself, slowly changing in ways that no measurement could capture, that no inventory could record, that existed only in the sealed, private time of spaces that have been closed off from the world and left to their own devices. Chapter 4. What accumulates in absence? By May, Marcus had developed a theory about the shelter that he couldn't quite prove, but that felt increasingly certain to him. The shelter was not simply sitting unchanged in the darkness. It was actively transforming, developing new states and conditions that had never been intended or anticipated by its designers. The sealed space had become something other than what it was meant to be. This theory began with the water sound he had been hearing, but it expanded to include everything he knew about enclosed environments, about decay and preservation, about what happens when human systems are left unattended. He began researching case studies of abandoned underground spaces, subway tunnels that had been sealed, basement levels of old buildings that had been closed off, even burial vaults and catacombs. What he found confirmed his intuition. Sealed spaces didn't remain static. They evolved. In the absence of ventilation, air became stratified, with different temperatures and humidity levels at different heights. This created microclimates within a single room. In the absence of light, any organic materials, wood, paper, fabric, leather, became hosts for specialized organisms that thrived in darkness. In the absence of human disturbance, dust accumulated into thick, soft layers that recorded every minor air current, every vibration from the world above. Marcus made notes on all of this, adding sections to his folder about what might be happening in the shelter beyond simple decay. He titled the new section Secondary Conditions and began listing phenomena that would develop over decades. Air composition changes. Without fresh air circulation, the oxygen level would gradually decrease as any organic materials underwent aerobic decomposition. Carbon dioxide would increase. The air would become heavy, flat, dead. Temperature zoning. The areas nearest the ceiling would be slightly warmer than those near the floor. The difference might only be a few degrees, but over 45 years, this would create distinct zones where different processes occurred at different rates. Biological colonization. Even in sealed environments, life found ways to enter. Spores in the air at the moment of sealing would germinate if conditions were suitable. Microorganisms would establish populations, feeding on whatever organic materials were present. Insects might have been sealed inside and would have either died out or, if sustainable food sources existed, might have established small, dark-adapted populations. Dust landscapes. In the complete absence of air circulation, dust would settle into undisturbed patterns. Marcus had read about abandoned industrial spaces where dust had accumulated into layers inches thick, creating soft, gray landscapes that recorded every vibration, every settling of the building above, every minor subsidence of the floor below. Chemical changes. Metals would oxidize. Plastics would off-gas. Concrete would carbonate as it absorbed carbon dioxide from the air. All of this would create subtle chemical changes in the atmosphere, creating new compounds that had never existed in the shelter when it was active. The more Marcus considered these possibilities, the more the shelter seemed less like a preserved artifact and more like a terrarium or ecosystem, a closed system that had developed its own equilibrium, its own processes, its own reality separate from the world above. At work, he mentioned these ideas to Ellen during a lunch break. They were sitting in the library staff room, eating sandwiches and drinking coffee. So you're saying the shelter has become something alive? Ellen asked. Not alive exactly, Marcus said, but not dead either. It's active. Things are happening inside it. Processes are ongoing. Like what? Give me an example. Marcus thought for a moment. Okay, imagine one of the water drums has a slow leak. Water drips onto the concrete floor. Over years, the water evaporates, but some minerals from the concrete dissolve at first. As the water evaporates, these minerals are left behind. Drop by drop, year by year, they accumulate. Maybe they form a small mound. Maybe they create a crust. That's a geological process happening in real time, creating something that didn't exist before. Ellen considered this. That's actually kind of beautiful, she said. Like the shelter is creating its own little geography. Exactly, Marcus said. And we have no way of knowing what it's really like because it's sealed. It's developing in privacy. Its current state is unknowable. Unless you open it, Ellen pointed out. Unless someone opens it, Marcus corrected. But opening it would change everything. The introduction of fresh air, light, human disturbance, all of that would disrupt whatever equilibrium has developed. The shelter would stop being what it is and become something else. Ellen looked at him thoughtfully. You don't want it open, do you? Marcus paused, his sandwich halfway to his mouth. He hadn't articulated this to himself before, but Ellen was right. He didn't want the shelter opened. Or at least, he was ambivalent about it. Part of him desperately wanted to see inside, to verify his theories, to know what the space had become. But another part of him wanted it to remain sealed, to continue its slow, private transformation without observation or interference. I'm not sure, he admitted. I think maybe the shelter is more interesting as a closed system, as something that exists but can't be fully known. That's very philosophical, Ellen said with a slight smile, but also kin of lonely, a whole space that no one can experience. Maybe, Marcus said, or maybe it's enough that it exists, that it's doing its own thing down there, whether anyone observes it or not. They finished their lunch and returned to work. But the conversation stayed with Marcus. Was he being foolish, projecting meaning onto an abandoned space? Was his interest in the shelter a form of avoidance, a way of focusing on something safely distant and inaccessible rather than engaging with the complexities of actual human relationships? He didn't think so. His life was not lonely, or no lonelier than he wanted it to be. He had colleagues at work, acquaintances in his building, his family who called regularly. He simply preferred solitude to constant companionship, preferred routine to variety, preferred the quiet satisfaction of his own thoughts to the noise of social obligation. and the shelter fit perfectly into this preference. It asked nothing of him. It demanded no response, no relationship, no engagement beyond the attention he chose to give it. He could think about it or not think about it. He could visit the door or skip a day. The shelter would remain unchanged by his choices, indifferent to his interests. Yet increasingly, Marcus felt a sense of responsibility toward the shelter. He was the only person, as far as he knew, who thought about it regularly, who knew what it was and where it was and what it might contain. In some sense, he had become its custodian, not through any official capacity, but simply through sustained attention. This feeling intensified one afternoon in late May when he overheard a conversation in the library's public reading room. Two men were looking at a map of the city, discussing development plans. "They're finally doing something with that dead-end block on Harrison Street," one of them said, "tearing down those old buildings and putting up condos." Marcus felt a sudden cold alertness. He moved closer, pretending to shelve books nearby. "When?" the other man asked. "Demolition starts in August, I think. Should be done by fall, and then construction begins next spring." Marcus' mind raced. If they were demolishing buildings on Harrison Street, they would encounter the shelter. The concrete wall that held the door would be torn down. The shelter's existence would be revealed. What happened then? Would they simply fill it in with rubble? Would they explore it first? Would his private interest become public knowledge? He needed more information. That evening, instead of going directly home, he stopped at City Hall and searched through recent construction permits. He found what he was looking for: a permit for demolition and new construction at the Harrison Street dead end, issued to a development company called Meridian Properties. The permit was specific. The work would begin in early August. The existing buildings would be torn down. The lot would be cleared and excavated to make room for new construction. The plan showed a 5-story condominium building that would occupy the entire dead-end block, including the area directly above the shelter. Marcus stood in the records room, holding the permit, feeling something like grief. The shelter had existed in its sealed state for 45 years, developing its hidden equilibrium, accumulating its dust and rust and whatever else had grown in the darkness. In 3 months, all of that would be disrupted. The space would be opened, examined, probably destroyed or filled in. He made copies of the permit and the construction plans and added them to his folder. That night, he couldn't eat dinner. He sat at his kitchen table, looking through his documents, the blueprints, the photographs, the inventory lists, the notes on water sounds and dust accumulation, and all his theories about what the shelter had become. For 6 months, he had been content to think about the shelter without acting, to maintain his routine of observation without intervention. But now time had imposed a deadline. In 3 months, the shelter would no longer exist in its current state. Its private evolution would be interrupted. Everything he had imagined about the space would be confirmed or disproven, and either way, the mystery would end. Marcus realized he had to make a decision. He could do nothing, could simply watch as events unfolded, maintaining his role as passive observer. Or he could act, could contact the city, could request access to the shelter before the demolition, could finally cross the threshold he had been thinking about for so long. He sat with this decision for several days. He continued his routine, work, morning and evening visits to the door, his quiet evenings at home. But now every visit to the door carried a sense of urgency. The door would not be there much longer. The shelter would not remain sealed. Time, which had seemed so suspended, so neutral, was suddenly accelerating. One evening, standing at the door in the late May twilight, Marcus made his decision. He would contact the city. He would request access. He would descend the stairs one time before the demolition, would enter the space he had been imagining, would see what 45 years of sealed time had created. It felt like a betrayal of the shelter, of his own principles about observation and distance. But it also felt necessary. Someone should witness what the shelter had become before it was destroyed. Someone should record its final state. And that someone by default and by interest was him. He went home and composed an email to the city's Office of Emergency Management, explaining his interest in the Harrison Street shelter, his research into its history, his request for access before demolition. He wrote carefully, professionally, emphasizing the historical value of documenting the space before it was lost. He read the email 3 times before sending it. Then, before he could change his mind, he clicked send and watched the message disappear into the digital ether, carrying with it his request to finally, after 6 months of daily visits, actually enter the space that had occupied so much of his attention. Then he waited, and while he waited, the shelter continued to sit beneath Harrison Street, oblivious to the plans being made above it, to the demolition scheduled for August, to Marcus's request for access. It sat in its darkness, its air slowly stratifying, its water slowly dripping or pooling or evaporating, its dust slowly settling, accumulating, creating soft gray landscapes that no light had touched in 45 years, existing in its own time, by its own processes, complete and entire and separate from all human intention, at least for now, at least until August, when the machines would come and the seal would be broken and everything would change. Chapter 5. The threshold between then and now. The response from the city came 2 weeks later in mid-June. Marcus was at work when the email arrived, and he read it standing in the archives room, surrounded by boxes of documents waiting to be cataloged. The Office of Emergency Management had forwarded his request to the Department of Buildings, which had forwarded it to Meridian Properties, the development company handling the Harrison Street project. Meridian had agreed to allow him access to the shelter with certain conditions. He would need to sign a liability waiver, he would be accompanied by a representative from the company, and the visit would need to occur before the end of July, prior to the start of demolition. Marcus read the email 3 times, feeling a mixture of excitement and dread. After 6 months of thinking about the shelter, of imagining its interior, of developing theories about what it had become, he would finally see it. The threshold would be crossed. The mystery would end. He responded immediately, agreeing to all the conditions and proposing a date in early July. Then he returned to his work, but found it impossible to concentrate. The documents in front of him, routine correspondence from the 1940s, seemed impossibly distant and unimportant compared to what was coming. The next few weeks passed in a strange state of suspended anticipation. Marcus continued his morning and evening visits to the door, but now each visit carried a different weight. Soon he would be on the other side of this door, descending the stairs, entering the space he had been imagining. He began to prepare practically. He assembled supplies he would need: a flashlight with fresh batteries, a camera for documenting what he found, a notebook for observations, a dust mask in case the air quality was poor. He reviewed his blueprints and inventory lists, refreshing his memory of the shelter's layout and contents. But more than practical preparation, he found himself trying to prepare emotionally for what he might find. Would the shelter match his expectations? Would it disappoint him? Would it reveal something unexpected that would make all his months of speculation seem foolish? The date was set for July 7th, a Thursday. Marcus took the day off from work. He woke early, too nervous to eat breakfast, and spent the morning reviewing his notes one final time. At 1 o'clock, he walked to the shelter entrance, carrying his small backpack of supplies. A van from Meridian Properties was already parked at the dead end. 2 people stood beside it, a man in his 50s wearing a hard hat and carrying bolt cutters, and a younger woman with a clipboard. "Marcus Chun?" the woman asked. "Yes," Marcus said. "I'm Sarah from Meridian. This is Tom from our construction team. He's going to cut the chain and open the entrance. Are you ready?" Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. Tom approached the door with his bolt cutters. The chain had been there for 45 years, and the padlock was rusted solid. It took several attempts, but finally the metal parted with a sharp crack. Tom pulled the chain away and let it fall to the ground with a heavy rattle. "Door might be stuck," Tom said. He gripped the handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He pulled harder, putting his weight into it. There was a grinding sound of metal on metal, and then the door shifted slightly, breaking the seal that had held it closed for so long. A smell emerged from the gap. Not unpleasant exactly, but distinctive. Cool air, slightly damp, carrying the mineral scent of concrete and the metallic tang of rust. Tom pulled again, and the door swung open, revealing darkness beyond. "There should be lights," Sarah said, consulting her clipboard. Original electrical should still be connected. Tom found a switch just inside the entrance and flipped it. Nothing happened. Power's probably been cut, he said. We'll need flashlights. Marcus pulled out his flashlight and turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the top of a concrete stairwell descending into the earth. I'll go first, Tom said, turning on his own flashlight. The steps might be damaged. Stay close behind me. They began to descend. Tom first, then Marcus, then Sarah. The stairs were concrete, just as the blueprints had shown, with metal handrails on both sides. The walls were painted concrete, once green, but now faded and stained. The beam of Marcus's flashlight picked out details. Small cracks in the walls, patches of efflorescence where minerals had leached through the accumulated dust of decades on every surface. The stairs were steep and narrow. Marcus counted them as he descended. 15, 16, 17. At 23, they reached a landing and the shelter's main door. This door was heavier than the outer entrance, made of thick steel with a wheel-like handle for sealing it shut. Tom tried the wheel. It didn't budge. Might need some lubricant, he said. Give me a minute. He returned to the surface, leaving Marcus and Sarah waiting on the landing. In the silence, Marcus could hear water, the sound he'd been hearing through the outer door for months, now clearer and more defined. It was definitely dripping, a steady rhythmic sound coming from beyond the sealed door. Tom returned with a can of penetrating oil. He sprayed the hinges and the mechanism of the wheel handle, then tried again. This time, with considerable effort, the wheel began to turn. After several full rotations, something inside the door clicked, and Tom was able to pull it open. The smell that emerged was stronger now. Damp concrete, rust, and something else, something organic and slightly sweet like old paper or fabric slowly breaking down. Tom shone his flashlight into the space beyond. Well, he said, there it is. Marcus stepped forward and looked past him into the shelter's main chamber. His first impression was of vastness. The space was larger than he had imagined, even though he had studied the blueprints and knew its dimensions. The ceiling was low, but the room extended far into the darkness, beyond the reach of their flashlight beams. His second impression was of stillness. The air in the shelter felt thick and undisturbed, as though it had been sitting in place for 45 years without movement. Dust motes hung visible in the flashlight beams, but they didn't swirl or move. They simply existed, suspended. They entered carefully. The floor was concrete, covered in a thick layer of dust that showed no footprints, no disturbance. Their steps left clear impressions, dark marks against the gray accumulation. Marcus's flashlight beam found the benches he had read about. Rows of wooden seating, still bolted to the floor but warped and stained with age. Some had collapsed where wood rot had weakened the joints. Others stood intact, like patient spectators waiting for occupants who would never come. Along the walls, the supplies, the metal drums of water, many of them showing rust stains and some clearly leaking. Dark puddles had formed beneath several drums, and stalactites of mineral deposit had grown where water had dripped over the years. Marcus approached one of these stalactites and touched it carefully. The deposit was hard and crystalline, beautiful in its way, a geological formation created by the shelter's slow decay. The cardboard boxes of supplies had fared worse than the metal. Many had collapsed completely, their contents spilling across the floor. Marcus saw the distinctive shape of the survival cracker tins scattered among the debris. Some still sealed, others corroded open, their contents gone to dust or mold. "Look at this," Sarah called from across the room. Her flashlight illuminated a section of wall where water had been seeping through a crack. The moisture had created elaborate patterns of mineral staining, and delicate formations like tiny waterfalls of stone had grown down the wall surface. Marcus moved through the space methodically, documenting everything with his camera. The blankets in their storage room were mostly gone, destroyed by moths or mold or simple decay. The medical supplies were intact, but obviously unusable. The metal cases had rusted shut, and anything inside would be contaminated or degraded. The air filtration room at the back of the shelter was perhaps the most striking space. The large cylindrical filters stood like monuments, covered in rust and dust, their function long obsolete, but their presence somehow dignified. Marcus stood before them and felt an unexpected emotion. Something like respect for these machines that had stood ready for a catastrophe that never came, that had waited in darkness for decades to perform a task they would never be called upon to perform. He found a manual pump that would have been used if electricity failed. The handle was still movable. He tried it carefully, and it gave a rusty squeak, but shifted slightly. After 45 years, it could still theoretically function, though there was no longer any purpose for it to serve. They spent nearly 2 hours in the shelter, exploring every room, documenting every detail. Marcus took hundreds of photographs. He made notes about water damage, structural integrity, the condition of supplies. He measured the depth of the dust accumulation, nearly an inch in some places, creating a soft gray carpet that muffled their footsteps. But beyond all the practical documentation, Marcus was trying to absorb something less tangible. The feeling of the space, the quality of its long isolation, the particular atmosphere created by 45 years of sealed time. He stood in the center of the main chamber, turned off his flashlight, and asked Tom and Sarah to do the same. In the complete darkness, the shelter revealed itself differently. The dripping water became more pronounced. Marcus could hear the building settling above them, subtle creaks and groans transmitted through the concrete. He could hear his own breathing, Sarah's breathing, Tom's breathing, all of them sharing this enclosed air that had been sealed away from the world for so long. Quite something, isn't it? Tom's voice came from the darkness. Yes, Marcus said quietly. After a moment, they turned their lights back on. The spell was broken or transformed. They were just 3 people in an old underground room, a room that would soon be demolished or filled in, that would cease to exist except in Marcus's photographs and notes. They made their way back to the entrance, climbed the stairs, and emerged into the July afternoon. The sunlight was shocking after the shelter's darkness, too bright, too immediate. Marcus stood blinking, adjusting, feeling displaced. "You got what you needed?" Sarah asked. "Yes," Marcus said. "Thank you. Thank you for arranging this." "No problem. It's kind of amazing, actually. All that stuff just sitting there for so long." She paused. "What'll happen to it now? The supplies, I mean?" "We'll haul most of it out before demolition," Tom said. "There might be some salvage value in the metal drums and equipment. The rest will just be debris." Marcus nodded. He had known this would happen, but hearing it stated so matter-of-factly still felt jarring. He walked home slowly, still carrying his backpack, his mind full of images from the shelter. That evening, he downloaded the photographs to his computer and looked through them, reviewing what he had seen. The images were clear and detailed, showing every aspect of the shelter's current state. But looking at them, Marcus realized that photographs could not capture what he had felt standing in that space. The weight of the air, the quality of the silence, the sense of time made visible in dust and rust and slow geological processes. Over the following days, he organized the photographs and his notes into a comprehensive document. He wrote descriptions of what he had found, comparing the actual state of the shelter to the original specifications, to his theories about what might have accumulated in the sealed space. Many of his theories had been correct. The water damage, the dust accumulation, the deterioration of organic materials. But there had also been surprises. The beautiful mineral formations, the way some supplies had remained remarkably intact, while others had completely disintegrated, the particular quality of the undisturbed air. He submitted the document to the city's historical society, thinking it might be of interest to researchers or historians. They acknowledged receipt and thanked him for his contribution. August came. The demolition began. Marcus did not watch it happen. He couldn't bear to see the shelter destroyed after finally having entered it. But he heard the sounds from his apartment, the heavy machinery, the crash of concrete, the beep of trucks backing up. By mid-August, the dead-end block of Harrison Street was an empty lot, excavated down to bedrock. The shelter was gone, filled in with rubble from the demolished buildings. Only Marcus's photographs and notes remained as evidence that it had ever existed. He stopped walking to the dead end after that. There was no longer any reason to go there, no door to visit, no threshold to acknowledge. The routine that had structured his days for 8 months simply ended. But something remained. On quiet evenings, sitting in his apartment, Marcus would sometimes think about the shelter as it had been during those 45 years of sealed time. The slow drip of water, the accumulation of dust, the patient rust spreading across metal surfaces, all of it happening in complete privacy, witnessed by no one, existing purely for its own sake. And he would think about how those processes had continued even after he learned about the shelter, even during his months of observation and speculation. His attention had not changed what was happening inside. The shelter had continued its slow transformation regardless of his interest, indifferent to his theories, developing according to its own internal logic. There was something comforting about this. It reminded him that the world was full of processes and changes that occurred outside human observation, that continued whether witnessed or not. The shelter had been one such place, and though it no longer existed, the principle remained. Other spaces were out there, sealed or forgotten, or simply overlooked, developing their own quiet transformations. Other thresholds existed between the visible world and the hidden one, between what was known and what could only be imagined. And these spaces would continue their patient existence, whether Marcus or anyone else ever found them, ever thought about them, ever crossed their thresholds. He returned to his work at the library, to his routines of preservation and cataloging. He walked different routes through the city, noticing different things. And gradually, the intensity of his focus on the shelter faded, becoming memory rather than active preoccupation.